What's up, gang? These are real Wolf 3D hours. Our first order of business is to finish Spear of Destiny, the way id Software envisioned it, and then we can move on to the bonus levels. Those are their own separate can of worms, but we'll get to them in due time. I have one mission pack ready in a separate folder because we're gonna have to do some magic to get it working. No, it's not included pre-packaged with the game for some inexplicable reason. So you gotta put a little more effort to it. Not too much, reasonable amounts. Perfectly within my capabilities as a gamer. First, let's upscale this window because I can work with low resolutions, but not that tiny. Mind you, I'm already playing the game in 640 by 480, which sounds wild, but believe me, I just can't play old school games like these full screen when I could literally just count the pixels. That would have been a passing point when this game came out, but not on other systems, no sir. Now let me refresh my memory real quick. I believe we stopped here. Ah yes, this map, which was already giving me a headache by the time we were wrapping up the last Wolf 3D stream, because it's quite challenging and it does not pull any punches. Doom awaits around every corner, and that's Doom not in the way you're thinking of. No, the actual id Software Doom came a little later, down the history lane. But yeah, quite a lot of hostility on this level. The enemies are very aggressive. You stir up some trouble in one room and chances are you're gonna have the entirety of the Nazi battalion coming at you. Well, thank goodness I found that secret medkit stash, because I think I did complain already that there was not a whole abundance of health at this map. I mean, it starts out pretty brutal. You have to run through like 5 sets of spiral corridors while constantly being peppered with mutant firepower. Chances are you're gonna keep dying horribly at least a dozen of times. Gritting your teeth in frustration. That section was kind of pointless besides the extra health. Mental reminder for future shunt 5 minutes from now. Please save constantly. You really don't want to get pushed back too far. Especially when this is the resistance I'm facing. Sheesh. I gently felt for a second I was getting flanked. I wouldn't even surprise me. I'm gonna back away and heal up. Oh, that ammo can is looking quite miserable. Oof. There's gonna be more of them pouring out. I fear for my safety. Oh boy. And there I go. Alerting even more guards. Shit. I gotta check on the things here. Yep. Most unfortunate. I think he managed to cut an issue in its bud. Haven't even gotten any key yet, which, you know, there's gonna be a full set waiting for us to collect. Who's following me? Alright, so how did I walk by these three jailmen completely unnoticed? That's pretty shocking, actually. Huh. Well, free ammo and healing. So, I'm not gonna complain. Any secret chamber down here? Does it seem like it? Could be just about any funky looking texture. I'll play one if the map maker decide to be extra devilish. That was actually one of the luckier cut to on the map I did. However, that interaction, yeah, not that lucky. Anyway. Sure for another rifleman here. Try to be sneaky, on top of crawling his way in here. I respect the AI. They're trying to get the jump on me. Know for a fact place is gonna be a nightmare. Traverse. Because already there's severe mutant activity all throughout. My favorite enemy in the game. Would you believe it? That's another set of locked doors I can't do anything about. I mean, it's nice that I'm really paving the way onwards, but it's not very reassuring that I still have way to go further. Well, at the very least we got a nice little bit of healing and ammo there, in case I need it. Should I wait a little bit in anticipation of a possible ambush? You never quite know. Ooh. Yo, classic. Not cigar jump scare. Well, now because of that fool, I have to run all the way back here. Grab those medkits. This ain't no way I'm moving onwards with 20% health. 70 looks better on paper. Let's be reasonable. Look at these neatly set up traps, which they totally could have used as cover. If I went in up to this point without alerting the entire security. That being said, someone is on the prowl. Oh, I can hear those shifting doors. You're fooling me. Hopefully it was that dude. Ooh-wee. It's turning into quite the maze. I guess you could say the level is living up to its name. Truly a gauntlet. And And now would be proper time to grab this extra life, which also doubles as a full heal. Very, very useful. Bet I'm gonna go for extra cleanup. Oh, this map is all sorts of vile. Vile and vine. One consonant of a difference, but doesn't quite rhyme as well. I mean, there's no actual reward to this besides me giving myself a pat on the back for killing more guards. That would appear we're good to go. Except not in this layer. No, we gotta mosey on here, it would seem. We may be closing in on the finale, but that doesn't mean it's gonna get any easier from now on. Not with this sprawling maze, that's for certain. Shit, I may have done boo. Oh, no. I'm always worried I ran to the wrong set of doors. Okay, let me guess. Mutants? Of course. Who else? That's actually surprisingly smaller than I thought it would be. Do any of these trail off to a secret? I don't think so. Oh. May as well run back there. If you look at the counter on the auto map, it doesn't look like I'm spending that much time per map, but considering all the devs and quick save, quick loading, yeah, that certainly adds to the playtime. Well, I saw one and was like, you think you get something going there, pal? But then it turns out 6 of them were piled up. So, indeed, they did have something going on. You can kind of smell a home stretch between those 6 abominations, so let's try and do better this time around. Less death of our own and more glorious fascist murder. Come on. I know it's not only 2. Let's actually put in the effort to aggro them. That was the lift safe. It is. Could have thrown another mutant or 2, maybe even 3 in there, but I appreciate the act of mercy so generously bestowed upon me. Yeah, I think one can mosey on, leave this hellhole behind, and possibly enter a new one. King of the Mutants. Oh, geez, as if their regular variant was in the bane of my existence. We gotta go in, up the ante. Go and meet the giant mutant, makes all the rules. So we got some, oh. Who's on the move? Who do I have to worry about shooting me in the back? Potentially. If anything, I have to worry about my ammo options. Seems like I can't afford to find anyone on that side just yet. So I have to worry about all of us from here. So neatly packed in. Kind of sardines, jeez. Oh, red screen of death. Don't worry, we can mend that. No big deal. I'm gonna make the most out of this ammo pack right here. You all come for the door. In a nice queue, awaiting the sweet, sweet release of death. And yet, that's still not enough. Goodness gracious. Just had to land that pot shot and reduce my health to nothing. Thanks for adding on top of that, buddy. We'll swell you, pal. Yeah, this kind of sucks. Just, keep getting stuck in the starting area. Who the hell? Oh, they can slam you past these pillars at a certain angle. Oh, just when you thought you couldn't possibly one-up the previous level. If it boils down to this, I'm gonna save scum. There's just so many enemies, and I'm struggling with ammo. Mind you, that's even when applying short bursts, and then just spraying a painting. Ooh. You have alerted the horde. Much. Another reason why I gotta bait them all out here is that I need those ammo pickups badly. Which is why. Yep. Coming back here. That worked out somehow. Holy smokes, we actually survived. But for how long? One might ask. What I want to know is how you get to this little secret here with the extra life pickup. You know, if anything, I feel like we're going towards the boss this way, which is probably not what I want to do at the moment. Oh, that was a zombie marathon for the ages. Come. What did I just unleash? What in hell? It's always that one loathsome enemy that still left unattended. Just gonna camp here by the ammo pack. For muties at least. Ain't that an entourage? Much appreciated. It's only a chicken, but healing is healing. Wait, is the boss behind that door? In that small closet? Huh. I think that's exactly what we're alluding to here. So wait, hold up. Am I meant to explore the remainder of the map first? Maybe. Let's Still at least 2 secrets. Could potentially knock out. Not to mention all those enemies still left alive. See, that's not gonna be easy. Also, I guess forgot to save after all that. One secret. So may as well. Let's try the run back once more. I mean, I imagine the Kingdom Meter is going to drop a key. So it's just going to fade to next level as I kill him. Could run out of ammo though. Which, I mean, we can solve with the little treasure room we found. Oh no, too far into the map. Well, that's when it comes to extra ammo. You're scoping what I was doing. Makes sense. From the looks of things, I'm gonna beat the boss first. Then we can move on further. We could have making it easier for myself by killing all of these dudes, but I might have needed all that ammo for big baddie up ahead. So we'll see. Make a extra save here, just to be sure. And fortunately for me, it's the key to progress further. I know how to get in there. It's got to be a movable wall somewhere. Here we go. Don't need it just yet, but in case I do, it's there. So that's one door taken care of. Now the extra lives still lose me. Or is it? I'm pretty sure I expected that texture before. If he happens to be locked in that steel room, that's actually great, because I can totally shuffle around the map without worrying about any extra guys running around. Alright, mutant freak. Let's see what you look like. Oh, he's fast. He is fast. I think he's got 4 arms. Which I don't know what he would need them for, but... My damn, like, Schwarzenegger pal with that sculpted chin. Well, could have gone a lot worse. I think you all will come to agree that at the moment I got stuck in the corner there. I did see a faint white light by the end of a tunnel. And I was close to saying my final players. But alas, we have prevailed. So we are free to move on. I kinda don't want to think, how are we gonna one-up an extra burly mutant as the next boss. That it? More hostiles for the final send-off. Of course there were. Oh, you guys. Even with their leader there, they don't care. Those guys are programmed to kill. In this while they had those two medkits saved. Imagine pushing to the next map with 40% health to your name. Not my idea of a fun time. Before I bid this map at you, obviously, there are still goodies to collect. It's only a couple crowns. Uber mutant defeated. Next up, the ramparts. This sounds like unfamiliar music. Oh, it's going extra hard in the warbling. Eat your heart out, John Carpenter. That is good retro-sounding horror music. And ironically. I killed your king. So what's up with all these mutants still running amok? What was that weird fade at the end? Oh, I picked up the chain gun. I forgot they actually swapped the sound effect in Spear of Destiny for some reason. I was under the impression it was part of the music second there. Also, random purple blocks. It's gonna be another tough cookie. It's not exactly all that generous on the health pickups. Wanna bide our time here for a couple minutes. At least the accompanying track is a banger. Look, they may have had limited chiptunes back in the day, but goddamn, some composers just knew how to work magic with them. Oh boy. You know, you're in for a good old time when there's just doors being open all around. This may seem a little counterintuitive, but I don't want to start from the beginning, frankly. Hold up. No more secret. Well, I lost the game of who's got the faster reaction time. For a reminder, I'm competing against AI. The computer is not exactly a fair opponent. They do be calculating those ticks, let me tell you. Well, here's the key for good fortune. What a bizarre layout. Of course. Gullible fool that I am to not expect enemies hidden behind obstacles. No, no. Come on, everyone. Make my job a whole lot easier, in fact. Okay, I didn't expect that many to be inside. Oh dear. That castle there is packing, right? Seven million zombies. Who would have guessed? Good grief. Oh, fuck. Can't make any single turn. They'll get punished. But there's still so many inside. Oh. How do we even make it in there? Should count my blessings. Because holy moly, we got a maze coming in hot. One that I don't feel like venturing into just yet. Nice. Real swell here, buddy. Man, I really picked a perfect place to stop last time, because I just wouldn't have the energy in me to push through this absolute monster of a finale. These last levels are just kicking my ass through and through. Relentlessly. I alert everyone but those three muties. Please, just fuck off. Oh, I should have saved when I had the chance earlier. I gotta deal with this head scan bullshit all over. Until the game decides I suffer enough. Right, I think we're done for the moment, so... I don't want to deal with that again. I need to do all this to get both keys. Well, let's hope there's some mighty fine secrets inside, otherwise I'm just gonna have to hope for default health recovery items, which they may be that quantity. That's potentially an exit, but wait a minute. Hold up. Can't be it. This small of an interior? No. You're joking. Well, I got all the kills and treasure. Just missing like 1 or 2 secrets. And this is the final level, apparently. That... Huh. Seems like a giant waste of space. They're gonna have to hump every wall. Just to make sure there's no extra entryways. Oh, yes, there are, in a manner of speaking. So it was kinda sorta mirrored, except that behind the Führer portrait. Maybe the other 4 corners then? That might be it. Huh. Well, if so, then, I'm shocked. I genuinely expected an extensive interior. And here we are with a nothing burger. Still managed to be pretty brutal, though. I mean, the results speak for itself. Guardian of the Spear. Okay. Straight up not pulling any punches. You can always count on the Third Reich to welcome you with bread and salt, or as they prefer, grenades and lead. It's not a great place to find a boss. And mutants on top. You'd think they'd be content with one hit scanner. No. What's really fun about this encounter is the way he's positioned is smack in the middle of that room. So whether I like it or not, I'm gonna be attracting the mutants by just shuffling around. And they're gonna be opening up the doors. It's a good strat, good deploy. It's no real space to hide except here. Wait. Nope. He can get in here. Confirmed. Oh dear. I was kind of hoping that mech suit was a little too chunky. Looks like I'm shit out of luck. This sucks. If I run out there, I'm just gonna die. Yeah, ain't no way it's gonna work. Just gotta kill this bastard somehow first. I'll be getting stuck. And there's officers too. I'm sorry, who thought of this level? Who thought this was a good idea? Can I possibly alert? Maybe. That would significantly help. Please stop opening the door for him. Oh my god. This is awful. It is truly, terrible. It's when I think I have a good strat, they come in and ruin my day. What am I supposed to do? If this door gets open, he's a high alert. And that's a fact check. This is pretty shit. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If I run her down, it's as good as any start we'll get. Might be not enough to take care of this dude though. At this point we gotta leg it and explore. Okay. All the ammo in the world I would ever require. Very cool. How about some health? No? That's sweet. Naturally, he's hot on my trail. Where did you run off to? It would help immensely if we could finally get rid of all the lackeys. That'd be awesome. Sweet baby Jesus. We only so early into the stream, and I really feel like this game has made a statement that it pretty much hates my guts. Yeah. How about that? Let me take a quick sip and we'll try to continue. Gotta be faster than that, pal. No, I really don't need to hold back, considering just how many ammo packs and medkits there are. So these 2 extra lives here. Still, not a fan of this map, nor quite frankly the previous 3 altogether. It's like you're playing beginner's baseball, and then it turns into Winnie the Pooh levels of curveballs. All of a sudden. I'm just gonna swoosh around the map for a minute. Restock and then play Ring Around the Rosie again. Where are you? I really don't want to turn a corner and then he's gonna be blasting my face off in a matter of seconds. Actually, decided to run back into starting room. Weird, but okay. So I'm pretty sure Mega Nazi over here, the Ubermensch, has significantly more health than any of the previous bosses we faced thus far. Are you, over here again? Where is he? Right. See, we haven't really weakened you yet to the point where you just empty my clip. Or can I? Thank you, good RNG, for that one. What's behind the mystery door? It is the Spear of Destiny. But wait. Death's Door. It would appear we are not done. Okay, the Doom streams came back a little early than expected. We're going full crazy with this one. Ghosts, ghoulies, demons, we got them all here. I don't think you can perma-kill them. Oh no. I'm gonna make quick work of that Red Fiend, whoever he is. Speaking of which, what did you run off to, buddy? I lost track of him. When you've already killed Hitler, I suppose there's not much you can do to step the game up, except I don't know, throwing Satan your way. When you have an item called Spear of Destiny associated with Jesus, then makes perfect sense how you will be involved in some capacity. Even though we've been pretty restraintful on the occult, generally speaking, up to this point. Hey guys, we beat the game like it's SMT, except we killed Satan, but not so much God. Not yet, at least. Maybe in the future Wolfenstein title. You were found by Allied forces on a grassy hill, a distance from the smoking remains of Castle Nuremberg, the spear clutched in your wounded hands. A thin, wispy smoke rose off your still body. The grass beneath you appeared burned by fire. In the Allied hospital, you tell no one of your frightening battle with the Angel of Death, lest they think you mad. But you still bear scars of the other great foes in the castle, dark and deadly, starkly vivid in your memory, all fighting to defend this holy relic to keep Hitler's twisted dream alive. With the spear gone, the Third Reich will fall. May it never rise again. I mean, between the tales of mutant soldiers and the Fuhrer fighting you in a battlesuit, and also confirmed to be the Supreme Warlock, is a demon that far-fetched? Probably not. We owe you a great debt, Mr. Blazkowicz. You have served your country well. Thank you, Ronald Reagan, or whoever would be the president at the time. With the spirit gone, the Allies will finally be able to destroy Hitler. But that's another story. What a badass. Thank you, boys, for yet another banger, even though it kinda made my skin crawl in a few maps. You didn't have to make them that balls-busting difficult. You really didn't have to, but hey, that's some cool artwork of the mutant, even though he doesn't look that great in-game. Beta testers, the folks at Apogee Software, Andy Burrows, Stephen Consomagno, Charles Fruitbasket Davis. How do you get people to call you Fruitbasket? Larry Haregrove, Douglas Pushwell Howell, that's another interesting moniker. Rick Lapointe, Dan Linton, Mark Long, Rick Necrocious, Will Pendergast, Simon Rich, Dennis River, Charles Rose, Dave White. Thanks for playing. The end. Well, we know that's not the case, because but you're gonna have to give me a minute or two, because I need this stuff set up. So do enjoy this nice looking background while I do some file swapping magic. Because what we have to do in this instance is I basically have to unpack the folder where we have Return to Danger. Then I move it here to the desktop so it's easily accessible. And I'm gonna move into my Steam installation of Wolf3D, and there we're gonna find all the associated files for Spear of Destiny, which have an SOD at the end. Mind-blowing, I know. We're gonna get rid of all of them and then put in a replacement stash. I'm not gonna get rid of all of them, because anything that's associated with Steam per se, I didn't want that to stay, like the AutoCloud file. Yeah, that should do it. Now, EC Wolf, while it's compatible with Spear of the Spear of Destiny expansion packs, does not fully recognize them. So, for instance, when we access the auto map, they're not going to display properly. So, it's a minor issue. I'm just going to have to check the level list and consult that when it comes to determining how far I am in. So as you can see, it already looks a little different from what we're used to. We got a very bizarre looking pistol. It's extremely blue and frankly kind of hideous looking. Although I do prefer the audio effects for it. And the guard dogs went from German Shepherds to Dobermans. Yeah, it's interesting shift art and sound wise from a classic Wolf3D experience. So this and the other mission pack, those came out 2 years after Spear of Destiny was released. And they are known as the Lost Episodes because they're actually not that easy to acquire. Yeah, Steam doesn't have them included. I think they should be on the GOG copy, but don't take my word for it. Needless to say, I had to use other means to make this possible. Already out of pistol ammo. Even the combat knife also got a little enhancement. It's got a couple of pixels to itself, so it's That's like shit. Though, if we just keep it like this, kind of looks like a glass shard more than a knife. Also, here come the guards with sticks up their asses. Oh, hey, Goblin Oracle. Nice to see you again. It is indeed heresy, but it's the kind of heresy I'm willing to turn a blind eye on, because it's just hella convenient. And these are some crusty audio clips. The riflemen look actually pretty snazzy right now. They got those fancy Nazi uniforms brought to you by Hugo Boss. They might be fascists, but that doesn't mean that they'll have a sense of fashion. There's a pun there somewhere. I'm gonna have to get used to all these different textures now. This is a weird emblem. Oi. No, I don't believe I saved, so let's do that again. This time while conserving some ammo. Not sure how I feel about this new art direction just yet. Some textures seem a little better, but this extremely flat wall light, not so much. Very generous on healing items. Oh shoot. I really wish I could grab that what looks to be an AK, even though that's probably not historically accurate now, is it?
Oh, this could be! Oh.
One of these days, I'm gonna learn my lesson and save more often. It's almost like I forgot what Pes Shunt said at the beginning of the stream. I'm leaving a note for future Shunt, which is currently present Shunt speaking. Yeah, the brain order is definitely kicking in. If I'm going with a knife and a guard. I wonder what kind of top talent they hired for the new voice lines. Maybe this time it was a bunch of FormGen employees having fun. We know for a fact that all the OG voice lines are just the boys that did, having a little bit of fun. Whatever this rifle is, it's got a pretty satisfying sound effect. It's the one compliment I can give the guns. They may look a little weird, but they sound satisfying to use. Makes you wonder what they're gonna do with the chain gun. Good old red screen of doom. In the metaphysical sense, not the game. Like I said, that's later in its history. Does it really take that many pistol bullets to kill a rifleman? Don't remember. I'm just getting lucky. massive structure for a first level. Then again, I suppose it's made with experienced wolf players in mind, so not beginner friendly. What I would like to know is where are all the cool secrets? Because we have yet to find one. Looking like a Xenomorph hive in here. And lo and behold... Secrets ahoy. One that's actually taking me in a trip. What the heck are these? Radios? Bags of gold? I'm really gonna use my imagination here.
Alarm! Hi!
Also, what, a secret lift already? I don't see any other entrance here, so... Huh. Interesting decision to throw a possible alternate exit at the beginning of your mission pack. Let's keep exploring for now. See what other developments come along the way.
Alarm! Alarm!
We have actually yet to find any keys. Believe it or not.
Oh, this could be!
Probably want to run back and grab some of that delicious health that we have plenty of early on. Much better, I feel. Kind of crazy that this came out by the time Doom 2 was already a thing, pretty much. So the Wolf engine still got a bit of mileage before it was pretty much put to retirement. Guess you could call it like a last hurrah. Ah. So, wait, what's happening here? Would this be the normal way to get to the elevator and then I blocked it off through the secret route? Because that's what it's looking like. Unconventional, to say the least. I don't like the fact that I'm starving in ammo. Ideally, I would like some more, please. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a interactable wall somewhere here. The starting area. That right there, looks really weird. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it looks more like a very squished background taken from a Castlevania level early on into the series' lifespan. Look at him run. Look at that boy go. Trust me, fella. It breaks my heart, but just like your German Shepherd friends, you chose the wrong side in this conflict. Now you gotta pay the price.
Alarm! Alarm! Mommy!
Did he just call for his mom? In German, supposedly? Mommy. This here looks very suspicious. Possible, unlockable area. How would one get to it, if that's the case? I'll tell you how. By humping a lot of walls. Yeah, funnily enough, this area requires a key. One that we haven't found anywhere. And already been to all of the rooms. Yeah, smells a bit fishy, if you ask me. There's a gimmick here, it's not very obvious. No idea. There's blocks in a couple places that seem to mark out a separate room, but yeah, I got nothing. I suppose we can move on. We've seen quite a bit regardless. We don't know what's up here exactly. As far as I can tell, I didn't skip any key. Okay then, let's take the secret path once more, because it's the only viable way to reach the exit now. Which I find bizarre, but if it works, alright, so let's check the level name list. First one was Entrance to the Base, and this one is called Achtung. Look at that synchronized walking. Like true soldiers. They've been trained well. Apparently not well enough to notice an enemy in their midst. Too bad for you. And just where did you come from? Maybe the locked door. Let's see, this screams accessible room by unconventional means. Naturally, we're gonna have to assess that. I hear doors opening. It's a little concerning. Not sure how I feel about this weird mishmash of purple and blue. It's like fake neon. Thank you, Dead Rat, for pointing me in the right direction. Officer, is that early on? Okay. If you insist. Whomst? Oh. Wait. Is this another shortcut? To the left? I think what they were trying to do with the level design, if that's the case, is just to give you speedrunning shortcuts. So you don't have to worry about finding keys and get through levels more quickly, which is kinda neat. But if you're coming into the lost missions from your traditional Wolf 3D experience, it is a tad confusing. It is unconventional compared to what you've been trained. This artwork makes Wolfenstein feel more like what would it be like if you tried to create a more traditional looking war shooter back in the day with this kind of tech. Because the way the OG Wolf 3D looks, it's more like a adventure with World War II themes rather than a military shooter as we know it. Oh, there's our first key of the Lost Missions playthrough. Any other weird secrets? It would appear you have disturbed lunch. Too bad for you guys, because Agent Blazkowicz is hungry. And he will take a 4-course meal easily. Still several rooms back at the beginning. Start with this one.
Alarm! Alarm! Alarm!
know, it's not a bad camping spot. Got plenty of ammo. Pretty sure the egg road more than that.
Alarm! Alarm!
So this is where they were hiding the more complex layout of the map. With rooms and hallways galore.
Oh, that's good game!
All of this just to get to the palm tree. It's a reward in itself. Not counting the secret room, apparently. She has a neat little stash. And... why that sound effect? Oh, that was like in every 90s electronic beat. The weird, like, African sounding flute. So, why is this so blue with a teal top? Don't get me wrong, we still have to hear the possibly amazing sound effects attached to this toy chain gun. But we're gonna have to wait till the next level for that one, because as far as I can tell, we're pretty much done here. Minus some potential extra secrets. But I'm good. Let us carry on. Next on the bucket list. The heat is on. See, we're going for music references now. The heat is on. I approve. Basically an upgrade to the default skeleton wall texture. I'm gonna be real, this just sounds like the classic rifle but sped up. Very disappointing.
Alarm! Alarm! Alarm!
So the muzzle flash is a little too pixelated for my taste, but well, that might be the resolution doing its thing. Oh. When it rains, it pours. Even if it's German soldiers.
Alarm!
Alright. If that's the case, how about we camp here? Alright, I'm getting pelted at. So we definitely want only one way from where the opposition is gonna swarm in.
Alarm! Alarm!
I didn't mean to pick that up, but it's getting in the way. There we go. That should piss them off enough to pursue me. Good thing we're getting all the heavy hitters early. Of which there were a lot. Exactly the kind of map where you want to take it nice and easy. All the enemy alerts should tell you enough you need to know. What the heck? Can't really afford to camp out here. Starting to look not so likely. Well, we're gonna try again.
Alarm! Alarm!
Nonetheless. The optimal way to play Wolfenstein 3D, everyone. Just as the developers intended. A commendable attempt, Buster. I know for a fact there's at least 2 more of them. Most are the standard green uniform soldiers, but there's at least 2 riflemen with them. Hey, what's up, Telef? How's it going, partner? I've went ahead and got a PC case. So I'm waiting for it to arrive. I'm gonna pre-assemble it and then start ordering the bits and pieces for my new PC build. Make sure to get a nice and spacious one so we can afford that bit of leeway in case, say, the graphic card turns out to be a little lengthier. You know, a bit more girth than anticipated. Wink, wink. I'm actually impressed that
Alarm! Alarm!
well, never mind. Now they're gonna come for me. And we're gonna try to fend them off. So was it easy enough to deal with, or did you have to disassemble the speakers and peer into them to figure out what was going wrong? Shit. Well, it hit me for a juicy 20% damage roll. It is indeed a state of alarm. No matter how you look at it. Ow. Can't afford to be shot once, can I? How old were your speakers? Like, would you say they were at a point where it was reasonable for them to start failing, or their selling could last a little longer? Was doing so good this run. And of course, the one guy. It's always the one guy. Short burst firing for the win. Oops. I mean, you're lucky there from a time where you were still able to disassemble items and do repair work on your own. Nowadays, I hate the fact that you can't seem to open any and all electrical item, even if it's a simple matter of swapping out a power cord line, because they're just permanently fixed. Like, even if you remove the screws and try to peep inside, there's like some kind of factory sealant splattered everywhere, and you're not able to do that without breaking the entire thing. I mean, it's a nice shooting range, but wish we could progress. Risky as it is, I'm gonna wait a little longer. It's just like hunting ducks, but with Nazis. And the lure? Oh, don't worry about it. Instead of sounding the duck whistle, all you have to do is fire your gun. Not that much different, when you think about it. As for the hunting ducks, don't worry. The Germans got it covered with the Dobermans. Even if we can't see any around at the time. So I know for a fact that you're still shuffling, you bastards. Hey, Golden. It's going pretty well. We moved past Spear of Destiny from fighting a demon overlord into somewhat normal World War II environment. I say somewhat because it's still bizarre. Well, I mean, I got the bulk of them taken out. Just a few scuttling. So I went to the Nier concert, the orchestral one, on Valentine's Day. Frankly, the best possible way I could have gotten to spend the quote-unquote holiday. It was beautiful. Like, honestly, I can't remember when it was the last time I heard like traditional orchestral music performed by a professional group, but they did an amazing job playing through the classic Nier and Automata soundtracks. Also, Amy Evans, the famous vocalist who lent her voice, was also there to sing the classics like Song of the Ancients and Kaine. And she's even more spectacular to see performing live, because she would do a lot of bodily movement when singing her pieces, kind of like tuning in and really getting into the spirit of singing. So very graceful lady, that one. And on top of that, by the end of the concert, we were supposed to have Keiichi Okabe, the lead composer, appear and say a couple of words, but he couldn't make it to the event, so guess who showed up instead in his place? Yoko Taro himself. I couldn't have asked for a better outcome, honestly. Because seeing that goofball live with your own eyes is an experience. I think my favorite bit was when he stated that there was apparently a bigwig from Square Enix at the audience that night, and he's like, well, if you guys cheer on loud enough, we might get another Nier game. And the whole audience just went wild. Can you believe it's been, what, like 7 years since Automata came out at this point? It's crazy to me. If you ask me, I would say, oh, that was just like 2020. I know, right? Maybe what's misleading me is the fact that the Game of the Year edition came out not that long ago. Honestly, it would be a good time for a new mainline game, though. Especially since, from what I'm aware, they've shut down the mobile game. So they do have the manpower now to develop more attention to potential new project. Although, if I'm to be honest, I would either prefer something Dragon Guard related or a new IP altogether. Just to see what Yoko Taro's capable of cranking out with his creative mind. Oh, in case you're wondering, no, the concert didn't really add much new lore, except confirming that 2B and 9S seem well enough, and yeah, they're out there trying to make a name for themselves, which quite frankly is probably the happiest ending I've seen in a Yoko Taro game. Even with all the build-up to it accounted for. It's quite the labyrinth, isn't it? I still can't get over this freaking pickup sound effect. Why? Why the flute? We're not playing club music, damn it. Missed one hallway, so I'm gonna sort it out now and get this web explode as thoroughly as I can, so that I can return to the beaten path. I've also briefly started on Divinity Original Sin, the first one, and I was kind of surprised how much of a co-op heavy game that is, just from the way the narrative is presented. Like, Sure, you can control both characters if you want, but I was not expecting something that would lean into the online component, design philosophy-wise. I kinda like it though. I've only reached the starting city so far, but I already seen some clever ways to go about solving puzzles. And are we sure we're not playing wizardry? Because that could be an enemy in that series. Holy cow, look at all the hidden passages we found.
Alarm!
Also a key. Which I assume you're normally not meant to acquire. Eintritt verboten.
Alarm!
No entry? Entry forbidden? Well, a good thing I don't know how to read, otherwise I would have to respect what the sign says. Actually, no, it's another of those weird secrets where you just join pieces of the level together. So, an alternate way of finding this key. As confusing it is at first, I do like this decision because it cuts you some time on running back and forth. Now then, gonna venture a guess I have to go to, you know, these two rooms. They are surprisingly empty and a little too quiet.
Alarm! Alarm! Ow, that tut weh!
What a line that was. So we get 2 elevators. No, wait, hold up. That's the starting one. So where would this golden key go? That's what I want to know. Just some closets full of dudes. Ain't that good level design. I was about to ask, what was the point of me finding that gold key when it didn't look like it needed to be used here, but there is still one path I haven't taken. That would be it, apparently. Well, unless it's a separate path to another exit, I'm pretty much done here. Look at all the doors taken care of. Not clue. No clue what were they cooking with that gold key. Unless there's another hidden wall here, which would explain some things. Nope. We'll just move on then. Further on the agenda, the secret path. I mean, apparently, according to the list, there's 2 secret levels. So for all we know, could be speaking of the wrong map. But that should remain a mystery. And again, the red proves to be the clue. If only I could get some health, that'd be fantastic. Seemingly dead ends. Would that mean they expect you to find this secret? I think so. Yeah, they're actually tied into the level design. Otherwise you get some fake outdoors, and that's about it. Oh, so here's the key, bozo. To... what door exactly? Wait, what's the deal here? What are we doing? I don't see any of the doors. Unless I am expected to come even more walls. Okay, this is kinda Not what I expected. Because I expected to actively hunt for secrets if I want to even move on. Which is a very bizarre choice. So that's the entire gimmick here, huh? Let's hope that they foolproof the map to a point where you can't just lock yourself out. Be incredibly unfortunate if that were the case. So gotta love how this is just straight up blue herring right here. Blue herring, red herring. I was blue in my mind, probably because of the hallway. Cool map, which is not confusing in the slightest. So very easy to get stuck in the geometry there. Oh. Someone didn't save. Fortunately, we know the gimmick by now, so we should be fine. I mean, it's fine if you have some extra clues, like different textures. So here's a secret we haven't found before. That's pretty neat. We could have possibly missed this entire bit. Wouldn't that be a shame, because I'm already getting dizzy from running around in here. Okay. Thanks for telling me there's another secret here, I guess. Somewhere. I mean, to be fair, the map is called the Secret Path, but even then... I don't know, Chief. I don't know. Ah, so this is where we're gonna need the key. Ah, but that one is interactable. Don't you just like consistency and level design? So that one's probably gonna need silver. May as well get the goods and see what there is to see. So, it would appear we can skip the entire stretch that we found here. I need to find it again. Okay, so we know that's worth nothing. There is another way to get in from the same hallway, I believe. Yep. this is as much as you were able to explore up until this point. Gotta make it count. See more blue up there. I think there's something else. What do you know? A shining swastika. That's a new one. Who knew? They had neons back in that time. Really, after all this, there's no way inside here? I would have expected that to be the payoff. Still, pile of treasure or something inside, even. Guess not. You've entered the secret swastika exhibition. That's your payoff. Or is it? What is this? Follow the vermin trail? I am so flabbergasted by this map. And guess what? That's all so you could come back here. Wild. Genuinely wild. mean, I admire the dedication into expanding the exploration aspect of World 3D, but I question the methods used. Is this even 100% find rate? No, there was still more. Anyway, will he do it? It's a boss level. We got a couple of secrets. Like this Chin gun, which on a pistol start, you definitely would want to snuggle with. Really? If you wanna fill up on ammo and health, good luck traversing the labyrinth. In a way, this could have been more spectacular if it was guarded by mutants or whatever is the equivalent thereof. This texture swap. I don't even know how to get to this door, because this is its own separate beast, from the looks of it. Tell if I believe it was you who said that these lost episodes tend to get a little spicy design-wise, and boy, you weren't kidding. There's definitely some wild antics going on in these here levels. Well, whatever info you read up online, it was right on the money. That's for sure. Frankly, this is the farthest I've gone into Wolfenstein myself. I didn't even know there were extra expansions. As far as I can say, the dead rat often signals secrets. So its placement is not necessarily coincidental. Also, I don't think I'm getting in here this way. Did I mess it up? Yeah, I may have already or not. No, straw life is there if I need it. Again with the dead ends. Danger Time really showing its cards early on. I'm gonna guess I messed up as I was down here. But then again, I did follow the dead vermin. Did something what we expected of at this point. This is like one optional area, mind you. I don't know, I kind of like the old approach where it was just, here's one giant room filled with medkits and or ammo, and go knock yourself out. Because now if I actually want to make use of all this extra stuff that I found, I'm gonna have to navigate this maze. Just to fill up on commodities. Not very practical. In fact, I'm already getting lost. Anyway, part 2 of Fun and Games. Well, don't tell me we're doing this shtick again. With the multiple rooms with multiple doors. Well, there's less enemies here, so that's good. I want to say I prefer this side a little bit because at least it's easier on the eyes, but don't know if I want to run in here just to restock. Thank you. Conveniently placed small animals. What would I ever do without you? It was all interconnected still, so yay. I think we might be done being spoiled through this level. Still need a key. But I don't have any keys. Not yet, at least. Because we moved on to somewhat traditional prison setting, which you haven't seen in forever. I may have generally fucked up here and locked myself out of the key. Unintentionally. As far as I can tell, I've been everywhere where I can. And it's just these two locked doors. If that's the case, then this level is hot garbage. It's one thing if you have secrets that you can lock yourself out of, that's fine, but if they're mandatory to be the level, then it's some stinky map design you got going there. I don't believe they do. Maybe there's something I skipped here. For a chance, which would be welcome. Let me check those two secret areas. Extra life, treasure, healing, and another medkit. Hmm. It would appear I just missed the door. One where this texture happened to be interactable, because... Fuck you, the player. Well, now that we know... Take back what I said about potential soft locks for now. But... this is a little too much still. Gets like insanely convoluted as you move on. This one. Well, there you go. We got the MacGuffin. We can proceed, hopefully. Also, this texture is super ugly. Like, ugh. Was this even supposed to be tiles? I didn't even notice that. Ah, you cheeky game developers. Make sure I don't get lost again. These freaking catacombs, which make a Diablo dungeon look humble by comparison. Now we save again to save some potential headaches in the future. There is There's a dude who looks very silly. It's like someone took a World War I veteran and gave him a machine gun. Maybe that's who he's supposed to represent. Grandpa here. Does he have a walking cane? No, it's a machine gun in his other hand. I kinda would have preferred it was a walking cane just because. Only so much I can do against the hit scanner. It's very possible. They're pretty much just using default assets with repurposed textures. Nothing new seems to be on top. There he goes. It's almost like you have to apply the exact same strategy as with Mr. Hans Grosse. If you were brave enough, you could have run past the guy. Get some heals, but this place is not generous on ammo. I'm sorry, what does that say? Guys. Guys. I know this came out in 96, but it's still weird. What are the fucking odds? I guess good old Hans had a little change of heart at some point. Comparatively, this was a very easy key to find, as opposed to the ordeal we had to go through earlier. even a cafeteria. It's an entire mess hall. We always gotta get unlucky. The enemy placement. Don't you just love the kind of game that you play with one hand because the other one is busy picking up the drink you're enjoying? What else did you think I was gonna say? Just so you know, it's ridiculously easy to get stuck on the geometry here. Especially if we get too close to the tables, they're just gonna send you spinning. Huh. In fact, it is so confounding that even the NPCs get trapped. Ah yes, the Hitler mandrel maze. Everywhere I go, this face haunts me. Every turn I take, he's there waiting for me. It looks even crazier the other map. Ooh, we got some pretty nice looking textures here for a change. I'm a fan of this stained glass. Could do well accompanying the Adolf Hitler equivalent. Never saw it coming, those guys. Look at all these mini nuclear warheads just casually lining up the floor. Well, I'm glad we got that quickly out of the way. Now, we get to fill out the blanks. Oh, those Windows 95 screensaver aesthetics coming up hot. In classic Wolf, these hallways would have been just stuffed to the brim with mutants. And they would gun me down faster than the fastest shot in the West during a duel at noon. I mean, there's probably a firing squad joke in there somewhere you could also land, but it's a bit boring at that one, so we'll stick to the previous allegory. Anyway, attempt to traverse the Adolf hallways again. Imagine being the designated guard who has to patrol this region. I cannot imagine you'd stay sane for long.
Ding, ding, alarm! Alarm! Hey! Hey! Lücke! 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 Nein! Au, das tut weh! It would appear
There's still more to see. More to see, more to shoot. If you look closely enough, you can kind of make out a little ET face over here. Or a robot, depending what you want to see. The palm trees among the portraits of the glorious readers is what really gets me. Make sure to make the bunker look as homely as possible. These rooms feel fillerish, frankly. Wow, this one had one rifleman instead of two. Egads. Changed up the pattern, probably. Although you do get a key for coming here, so I suppose it served its purpose. Hey, look! Now you guys extend hand. What do you know? Almost looks like a thumbs up. Ah yes, from Hitler portraits to swastikas. And that's it. Not the send-off I was expecting, but we take those. Okay, it's getting a little late, but I think I have room in me for one more. So, floor 6 was called Surprise Pack. Now we're on Let Me Out of Here. Now, is that gonna be my reaction by the time I'm done? We shall see.
Alarm!
grateful I didn't pick up that medkit earlier. Otherwise that would have been a waste. Speaking of waste, I got wasted.
Alarm!
Just for good measure. You never know with these walls.
Alarm!
What, really? Already? You could just take the other lift and fuck off? I find that difficult to believe. And we shall verify that possibility soon enough. Yeah, this one's surprisingly... Okay, no, you're just fucking with me. This is like the second lift now. Which leads me to believe they want me bamboozled. Too many stupid deaths. Needless backtracking. You know, just out of curiosity's sake, these are indeed fake lifts. It would have felt way too easy, to be fair. Is this one also a dupe? It's not. That's the real elevator. But who knows, there might be more. And one of them might be a secret. In other words, we must persevere until we figure all this out. Oh, that's a nice chunk of the level uncovered. A lot of us trains when it comes to secrets this time around, which I find shocking considering how those were obligatory if you wanted to make progress. Now it's almost like you can completely just ignore them. Which, shocking, I know. That was almost cute in how underwhelming it was. Almost. Well, we could go north or right and then south. Both options are acceptable. I do see a little mindfuckery going on with these repeating room patterns. Also, hello, Red, my old friend. I knew I could count on you.
Alarm! Get out and put me! Good! Alarm! Good! Ending time is now. Get up! Good! Alarm!
Yep, so we don't mind the fine damn job cleaning up this, secret compound, whatever it's supposed to be. I don't even know if this place knows what it wants to be exactly. It's almost like several architectural plans just were mashed together, and this abomination came of it. You know the drill. If I didn't know any better, I would say wisdom tree worked on this map, because they sure like symmetry. And copy-pasted rooms. Now that I get a good look at this floor, sheesh, all the contrasting colors. That's something else, alright. Memory serves, this was not a fake elevator. So, yeah. It's time to bail. I wish this texture was animated, because you know it would be a kick-ass blue flame effect. Also extremely 90s, so fitting for the time era. But anyway, this is map 8, Randy's Labyrinth, so we got the creator name at least. We know who to blame if it proves to be quote-unquote quality. But that we're gonna save for another stream. By the looks of it, we got probably 2 more Wolf sessions. Because, yeah, they went really hard on Spear of Destiny, capacity-wise. 21 maps per pack, and that's including the starting episode, so we got more Wolf than you can shake a stick at, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It all depends whether these levels turn out to be worth it. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys, and I'll see you on the future stream. So, considering that I have D&D tomorrow, that's like gonna be in the upcoming week. Have a good one, and see you soon again.